Manakyn, welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? It is a day, as in it is a weekend, as in happy Saturday, as in we don't have to go to school/work tomorrow, which is yay! How are you all doing today? How's it going, Civ? How's it going, Bowser Jr.? How's it going, Mystical Matter? How are you all? I'll tell you some stuff that's happened in my world. I started playing Red Dead Redemption. I think maybe I mentioned that last time, I don't remember. Hey, how's it going, JD? And I will have to say, I'm not sure it's a game for me. Yeah, I started playing Red Dead Redemption because everybody says it's a really, really good game. So I decided to play it, and it felt like 80% of the time I was just on a horse, just watching him gallop on a horse. Oh, hey, I'm here! Oh, I have to pick some carrots? Okay, I picked some carrots. Okay, well, time to ride all the way back. So, yeah, there's a lot of just walking around, and sometimes I feel like it's a bit of a walking simulator. But hey, you know what? I've heard that some people, you know, especially younger people, they like games that make you do things. So I'm more of a, as I get older, I'm more of a person who just wants to get right into the action, because I realize that my life is growing short. I need to experience as much as I can, or maybe I'm just getting impatient. Okay. So, today we are playing the final trial of Phoenix Wright, and I am going to miss this game a lot, man. I can't believe it's coming to an end. I don't want it to end. I think somebody said, oh, I should play Apollo Justice, but Apollo Justice is not on PC, as much as some people... You're right, the music is way too loud. I turned up the music because I need to do recordings, but thank you so much for letting me know. Hello, Kemjo. Otherwise, the audio would have been way too loud today. Alright, anyway. Phoenix Wright is coming to an end, guys. I don't want Phoenix Wright to come to an end, but all things must come to an end, right? Anyway, let's play the final case of Phoenix Wright, where we take down Dahlia Hawthorne and possibly Iris, and I think that's it. Well, I think we're taking down Morgan Fay, although I'm not sure we'll see her. Anyway, let's play. What is Apollo Justice on? I don't know, probably DS, I think. I don't want to get an emulator, because that causes all sorts of trouble. How's the audio? Too loud, too soft? Is it okay? Can you hear the funky music in the background? Alright, here we go. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Good morning. Are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still ongoing, so I wasn't allowed to go into the inner temple.
Oh, I see.
Hey, can you turn into my sexy mentor so I have something to look at during the trial?
Mr. Nick, that's inappropriate. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove the trick block?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
And how come she's not in the defendant lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecution's lobby. Wow, Edgeworth, you sound like Gumshoe. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there?
She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard.
Von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
What? Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot?
It's Godot, it's French.
Close enough.
Godot?
Franziska is engaged with some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
You don't mean she...
Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. She had no luck, because she sucks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks can be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon.
Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow, because if you lose, I'm going to shoot you.
You don't have to— Wait, what?
I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave this in your capable hands. Good luck, Mr. Wright.
I still don't have the answer for most of the riddles plaguing this case. I have no strategy going in, and frankly, I have no evidence, nothing to present, no witnesses to call. Yeah, we're gonna lose. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise... Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen.
It's not that hard! Just flip it upside down!
And what that woman is really after. I will solve all of them and bring this whole tragedy to an end!
Mr. Phoenix Wright, Mr. Nicky, can I have some gravy?
February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this—
Oh, hey! We have original Judge back! It's not Canadian, it's Old Man Judge.
All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I will be standing in for him.
It's Old Gray.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother! He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible for us to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said. At least until the end when you started talking about the difference between dark roast and medium roast coffee. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you know, forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Because she's not Iris!
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and age. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. And
25.
and I'm 25 years old.
Witness, is there something you want to confess?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it, you filth?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you are the one who murdered Miss Elise?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What?
I mean, we already figured this out. Like, we already know that.
Order! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to murder?
Yes, that's correct.
Come on, Phoenix, you had to know this already.
3 minutes in court and I'm already dripping in cold sweat.
Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's murder. Ooh, look at me drink. Isn't that right, Mr. Tribe?
Godot! So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Iris's testimony's crumpled up! No! Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question. Who put sugar in this? God damn it, get me a new cup. Whose crimes were you trying to cover up by your actions? Hey, Kiyoma.
Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the Kurain, of the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Wake up and smell the coffee. Wait, this is Folgers!
Get me another cup! She's naming Maya? Order! Order! So not only did you witness the murder, you also know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Thank you, Judge.
How's it going, Shinobu?
Now then, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected.
But we literally prepared for this. Come on, Phoenix! Come on! I thought you were a defense attorney. You should know this by now.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Speaking of which, are we ever going to implement self-defense laws in Japanifornia? Because I feel like that's an important thing at this point.
So it was self-defense?
Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You mean you moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I went to the inner temple. I saw Mystic Elise. How the hell did you see that?
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean, Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head. It looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time?
Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. It's not like you're definitely the serial killer right now. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened?
While Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise, don't we have this? What was the fatal strike? Nobody knows this except for us. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver the fatal strike.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for the weapon.
Really?
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of
Dang. She's not very good at this.
Dagger, huh? And Elise Denum tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. The worst part? It had sugar in it. Who keeps putting sugar in my drinks? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this is your own client. Yeah, well, she's testifying for the prosecution right now, so,
That's fine. Witness, add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment! It's my job to say that!
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Oh, that's some good coffee, no sugar.
She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim chose to throw away her staff?
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that?
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of it.
Oh, Dahlia, Dahlia, Dahlia.
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Mr. Noom, throwing her staff away makes no sense to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Like this.
Ow!
See, like the.
Ow! Ow! Stop it!
No, you see? It's like.
Ow! Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Denum really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands! Just like a beautiful blade for a beautiful woman. Oh my goodness. Look at her. No wonder she had a beautiful daughter. And also this annoying frickin' brat!
Maya, why are you always causing trouble? Godot could be a division character with his mind. What is... I don't know what the division is.
Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Hi.
Oh, she just threw away the staff because she wanted to. That was an impressive bit of investigation, Trey. I never thought there'd be a sword hidden in the staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters oh my god. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over a blade. Well then, where's the dagger? Please produce the dagger. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as that's nothing strange about that, there's no problem. Do they not know?
But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright, please. I'm trying to murder your daughter. Please let me.
I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Denum would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey!
Wait, do they just want the profile of her? Real name Misty Fey, or do they want the... Or do they want this? I guess I'll just present the profile first. Real name Misty Fey.
Elise Denum would never have attacked Maya Fey!
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name is not Elise Denum. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey...
No, not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is a member of the Karain channeling technique. She is also... the mother of Maya Fey. Well, maybe she wanted to kill Maya because she's annoying. Damn, he has a point. Oh, my argument's falling apart! Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
Stop calling her Iris, guys! She's not Iris!
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. The victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2. The two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable, when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems a bit difficult to believe.
To tell you the truth, like I've narrowed down the entire scenario, but I still don't know exactly who killed her. Is it she committed suicide to prevent Maya from being killed? Did Maya kill her in self-defense? Did Pearl somehow kill her? Was there anyone else? Oh, well, originally I assumed that, what's her name? Dahlia was over on the other side, but I know Dahlia is replacing one of them. So I don't know exactly what happened.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this impossible little thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I have taken the first sip of my 8th cup of coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you notice something else? Now that you mention it, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see it when I investigated the crime scene. Oh, I took it away from the crime scene so you couldn't find it so I could present it at this very moment.
Hey, Kai, how's it going?
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
What?
The pine tree? No, the UI wouldn't let me. The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. If only you could turn your perspective, but unfortunately, you're only allowed to look at things from the front. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the women, this little baby was thrown in the back of the pine tree. Which means, the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man?
It's going pancake. Great to hear.
I first heard this confession this morning. Just that I had taken my sip of my 13th cup of— wait, what? Didn't you just say it was your 8th? I drink very fast. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it, immediately. This is my sweetheart. Mwah. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing.
Blood being analyzed now.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, and definitely not something that Godot planted, I believe we can consider her testimony credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever.
Boy, have you met any of my ex-girlfriends? Actually, no, he's right. They're not cute at all.
In any case, could you please testify again to the court?
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the women.
Yes, Your Honor.
How's it going, Bowser?
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with her staff.
Wait, being hit in the head with the what? But you just said that she threw it.
But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
She was stabbed in the back. The frick, girl.
That was a very heartbreaking lie.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Mystic half, but then stole an attack. Suddenly she was on the defensive to the back against the lantern.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Have you seen this girl? She's pathetic!
Why does this game seem familiar? This is Phoenix Wright.
But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. She became a vicious savage.
I will destroy you! Oh, how dare you attack me! I can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife.
I can see a Maya quivering in fear, swinging a knife.
Get away from me! Get away from me! I want burgers!
As they say, a cornered fox eats burgers. I believe the correct description of the cornered fox is scared and petrified and completely useless and generally annoying.
Like to the point where even the killer feels bad. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it! Anyway. So after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern...
That's when Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. I guess it's her back to the stone lantern. What? Your Honor! This game is... Ah! Okay, if it's not with her back to the stone lantern, that's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Ah! Thank you! I guess the order of questioning does matter.
Something you just said isn't right today. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. You remind me of my absolutely insane ex-girlfriend.
Is it because I'm her twin?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have stabbed in the stomach, right?
I've been stabbed in the stomach.
Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to a blood loss from a stab wound in the back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Airbending! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You catch my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
Wait, this doesn't taste like my coffee at all.
Prosecutor Godot! We found a girl trying to steal your coat with the coffee beans inside. We have arrested her.
Thank you. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and the illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, people fighting, being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. Those are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, what about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. Just take the incident that happened just now. I decided to give her some coffee beans and tell her to leave me alone. I'm sure that'll work.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick each one out requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot! Can you ever just tell us what you mean?
The witness was being quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly. Eyeballs.
And light?
Oh, yeah, that too. By the way, did you know Azakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is training at the inner temple, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time. The wick was no good. Basic maintenance, who does that? In other words,
It had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night.
Hey, entertaining.
There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Yeah, there were other lanterns, I think.
Most enlightening. Yes, the illuminating fact has chased away all the contradictions. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other.
Wait, is his argument literally, well, maybe it could have happened?
It's like, oh, very good argument, Godot! We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Lucky for me, I have cyber vision. Isn't that right, Trite?
We really need to implement an innocent until proven guilty.
Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle your flame of truth in your mind.
Wait a second. Hold on, I'm thinking of something, but let me continue.
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? Huh.
Wait! Yes, I was right. This was what I was thinking. Remember we established in the previous cases that Godot can't see the color red? Which means he probably doesn't realize that this has even been written.
This lantern has something written on it!
Yes!
Huh. It's written in blood! Oh my! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says... Ahaiwa! Oh, no, if you turn it upside down, it says Maya! What?
Oh, yeah, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood! Nonsense. This lantern's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. I like to stare at women in maid costumes. Unfortunately, when they spill ketchup on their maid outfits, I can't see them at all. So that's what he meant.
Yeah, you guys remember the previous case with Maggie? Well, I guess 2 cases ago. Wait, does that mean if you cover yourself in ketchup, you're effectively invisible to Godot? How's it going, Parrot?
We all know now the crime scene was dark. The victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking. Oh my god, oh my god, I'm so triggered right now. I'm literally shaking.
And somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Some teenage girl must have triggered him. I believe it has now been established that Mr. M was killed by Maya Fey. We have not established that at all. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Why don't we say we're all eyes? Huh. What an interesting thought. Sorry.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it all the way behind. I dragged it behind me all the way across the.
You couldn't have done that!
And I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and. I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. To which I say, ha! I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor, but ha fits.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes. That's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright?
All right, let's see which part of her testimony we want to break down. I removed the body from the inner temple myself.
It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy, despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to even catch a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that would still cast too much suspicion on Maya, so I
Decided I should leave the body.
that's why I tried to take the body as far as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what do you do after you cross the bridge?
You know, I'm gonna press everything. I have a good idea of what I want to go after, but just in case she says something interesting.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move, huh?
No, it's not like that.
You saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid, also badgering the witness. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't that your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done.
So then you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person and
This is more and more confirming that this is Dahlia. Right? Because Dahlia knows who Mia Fey is. So Dahlia would have wanted to kill Maya Fey because of the relationship Fey.
Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't want Maya to be suspected. I thought the best thing to do would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved the body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh?
I managed to drag it all the way, then I used a snowmobile.
The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day.
Ask about the tracks.
If you really did move her body by the snowmobile, then there should have been tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think?
What's at it?
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement made by Iris to be added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow the statement to be added to the record.
Huh. This should be fun.
You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
By the time the murder had taken place, the snow had already stopped.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right, I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What's going on here? If the snow had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelation. What?
Well then, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what you've got up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. We got her.
I don't want to believe it. I don't want to think my logic is, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
By the time the murder had taken place, the snow had already stopped. Which means, by the time the murder had taken place, Dusky Bridge was already burning! What? What?! Did they want us to present something else? If the snow had stopped, it would be past 10:50. Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Or do you want to state that the crystal sphere was half buried in the snow? There's so many pieces of evidence that prove this! Disprove it! What? By the time the murder had taken place, the snow had already stopped. Okay, if the snow had already stopped, then I mean, there's a lot of things. This, the crystal sphere would have had already been half buried in the snow. What do they want from me? Is my logic wrong? By the time the murder had taken place, snow had stopped, which means snow had. But that means the murder took place after 10:50. But the bridge was already burning at 10:45. Maybe we have to do this? I dragged it behind me all the way across. Okay, so maybe what they wanted is I pointed out this. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. And then we used that to say I dragged it all the way behind me. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Is that what you want? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. But she couldn't have dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge because it was burning. What? It's like, no. It's like, the snow had stopped and therefore the fire was going. It's like, that's wrong. I dragged it. That's right.
You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred.
Yes, that's literally what I objected to.
I'm sorry, Iris. That's not possible. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you... Yes, this confirms it. She's not Iris. She doesn't know about the bridge. Because remember, Iris just constantly gets channeled and unchanneled, right? So if Iris is constantly jumping in... Oh, sorry. If Dahlia is constantly jumping in and out of bodies, right? So there is... what is it? She attacked Maya. Dahlia attacked Maya, and then her spirit disappeared. And then her spirit reappeared later. By the time, she couldn't have, what is it? By the time, the bridge was probably already burnt. Which means she would have never actually realized that the bridge had burned at all.
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge caught on fire.
What? The bridge was on fire?
You didn't know? It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down. We went over this yesterday.
What? But it can't get...
It looks like you still haven't figured it out, no matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney! Air blast! Order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Yeah.
Witness, even my patience has limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court, even though that literally means nothing in Japanifornia. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Objection. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. old man.
Excuse me? Bro, you have every right to declare a mistrial at this point. I'd like to motion for a mistrial with prejudice.
How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Can we at least get her off the stand? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that— No! No, I motion for a mistrial!
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, and whether the bridge was burning or not. These are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise's body.
He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So, my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling me now that your memory is hazy?
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already been burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard.
Perhaps you have some explanation for this perfect magic trick.
Can someone call Max Galactica? I'm gonna call him as an expert witness.
Well, no, not exactly.
No.
I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. So we will go with the fact that she went across the bridge on fire.
See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony... She is testifying to have ran across a burning bridge with a body on her back. I can't. I can't. I can't. How did the murderer kill the victim? She shot space lasers.
Actually, I don't think that's true. Do you have an alternative suggestion?
No.
Then it stands. She shot space laser.
I swear to God, Godot, this cannot be happening. This cannot be happening in the final case of Phoenix Wright. This can't.
All right then. Witness?
Please, just kick her off the stand. Kick her off the stand!
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency.
Meanwhile, Phoenix fell down the burning bridge and was hospitalized. Well, because he got a cold.
Please add an explanation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony? Oh my frickin' God, get her off the stand!
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling? Or had it stopped? Does it really matter that—
Yes! Yes, it does! Ah!
Are you saying there's a way to cross the burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding. Oh, perfectly understandable. Oh, yeah, that contempt of court. Yeah, don't worry about that. You're pretty.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Oh, wow.
Certainly was burned to a crisp, except for some reason the rope was perfectly fine. One of those suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing that...
Once again, why are the suspension wires under the bridge? I mean, maybe some of them are above, I don't know.
It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Actually, now that I realize it, since they're on parallel level to the openings of the bridge, I guess they would hold up the bridge in case, like, there was too much weight. I guess that makes sense.
It certainly would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed true. And Maya will be accused of murder.
That's right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the error of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Hold on, I need to take some vitamins. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Objection, speculation.
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place.
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across the bridge somehow.
So I must have just gotten confused. Screw that. Hey, Max. Was the snow's falling? Does it really matter then? Oh my god, how am I gonna press that? Or are you saying there is a way to cross the burning bridge? Am I seriously going to object to a non-statement?
I don't see why there couldn't be a way to cross.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a...
Larry!
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where it takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I die.
Am I objecting to a non-statement? Is that the objection here? Am I seriously gonna do this? I can't. Am I seriously going to do this right now? Oh my god. Objection. Oh my god, it was right! Oh!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility.
You sound like an idiot. You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. Ha! You just made me laugh. It's not funny. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air. Who put sugar in this coffee again?
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it. Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't check it out here. I can't believe this. I can't. Mr. The way he describes him to try to build up the court's confidence in him. Miss Elise's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris. Brilliant, highly gifted. Remember what he said in his testimony? Hey, how's it going, Civ? That night when he was at the mountain shack. That's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's highly credible. Look at his use of colors and imagery. He definitely tried his best to capture the exact facts of that night. The ability to capture such flames and the darkness of the night. This is definitely a pretty good depiction of reality. It's an exact drawing of the one he witnessed. I can't even say it seriously.
Today's not April 1st, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew? And you're using that pathetic scribble to support your argument? The judge looks like he hates me.
Well tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. I can't play this game anymore.
Legasp!
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Why did Godot say that? Alright, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive me for any more mistakes. Alright, look and think carefully. This sketch drawn by Laurice Denum is...
exactly what happened.
Of course! The victim was flying through the air!
Phoenix, that's not what I meant! Oh my god! Phoenix! Don't do this to me! my god. I can't beat this case. The stupidity is transferring over to me.
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Whoosh, baby! Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yesterday. Even if you are a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Wait. Godot, thank you! Oh, thank you, Godot! Thank you! Thank you, Godot!
There must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, what? I have to go back all through that again? Godot is merciful.
It all comes back to this. You're bringing this up again? I admit I didn't really understand before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. Let's hear the defense's theory. Again.
Okay, apparently it's not exactly what happens because that's not what they want to hear. Evidence of nothing is, I guess, a complete contradiction.
Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Larice Denum stated it over and over again. This is the sketch exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointed thing. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality? Really? A person flying? What? What contradicts reality?
This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright, that answer just now.
What? How does flying people not contradict reality? What? How is it possible to beat this game? Okay. Let me stand up for a second. Okay. It's okay. What?
After dragging all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly, sir.
Point to something else? Point to something else? Rethink things. Point to something else? What does that mean? I don't even know what these options mean yet!
Give me one more chance.
I'm in a tight spot. So what I really need to do is turn this case upside. This sketch is exactly as you saw, however. Can't we just say that it was falling instead of flying? The lines to the side, I guess so, but how is a person flying not contradicting reality? I don't understand. Oh, this game is hurting my brain. I feel myself getting dumber by the second.
It's the wire connected to the bridge.
The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
Indeed. Also, apparently flying people are perfectly fine.
And show us the reality it conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how this sketch contradicts reality. I swear to God, this game.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge.
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo. In the sketch, the wires are above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge...
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
The wires are below! I can't believe it took them this long. Or...
This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. Isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited until he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame! Ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in! He was lying on his back! Which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
I can't see how that relates.
But it does, Your Honor. The reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down? No. Larice Denum witnessed the event lying on his back. In other words, the scene he saw was upside down!
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Denum's sketch is like this! I can't believe it took this long. I cannot. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge.
It was swinging below! That's right! Just like a pendulum! Ridiculous! Of all the things to say, a pendulum! The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it.
It's all for the purpose of plot. Yeah. I feel myself going insane. Hello, neat time.
But if the body had been found at the inner temple, that would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. That sounds about right. In order to cross that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get that rope, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike at that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have been prepared with the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them! What? I'm saying that was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, please give us an explanation. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Well, there it is.
And the meaning of this is? If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard! Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge! When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from the anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. They tied the wire around Elise Deleuve's body.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb.
There was simply no other way to move the body. Mr. Godot! Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. I suppose it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any evidence that the body swung like a pendulum? Yeah, the actual autopsy report. The body fell 10 feet after death.
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement looking again at the overhead map. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests the body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
The autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after death. 10 feet? That's most likely how the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. How convenient! And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elistinum's staff. And even more important, it's the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this map.
Hands, man.
Precisely, Your Honor. And that very spot is where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction. Most impressive.
Excuse me.
Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. It was full of milk and sugar.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh?
The aroma.
Huh?
You know, if I didn't make this many coffee analogies, the game would be half as short.
The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you be a bit more elaborate? Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say to that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who is the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple?
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
But
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. With her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it. Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of a victim.
Strange. Almost as if, on that night, she was in two places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you about something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be possible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with! Ah!
How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? I thought us characters never listened to the streamer!
You're saying...
You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris who could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor suddenly changed from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand? Her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne! Hawthorne? Sister Iris has a twin sister, bruh. You're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Her name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. She dead. Oh, yes, I remember. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne, and I'm gonna murder you all! But, according to this, Dahlia's already dead! It says her execution was carried out last month! So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Maybe I should just go. I don't understand what's going on anymore.
Wait a moment. How can... My sister... She's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body. The Karain technique? Now, where have I heard that?
Literally like 10 minutes ago?
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne yourself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting a body of a spirit medium.
Speaking of which, can we restrain her so that she doesn't hurt Maya?
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things like that, then yes. We're supposed to believe in coincidences like that. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions.
What is that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means Iris was at dinner. That was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was the real Iris. Meaning, the Iris Sister Bikini saw was someone else. Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're suggesting, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia business. Yeah, it's true that you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness standing in the stand is the real Iris. What? Wait, what? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini,
the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Yeah, she switched places. We know she switched places. And that animation is still freaking hilarious. It was later moved. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, this would mean that Iris received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since then, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. I suppose I can't deny that?
Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems way off. This Iris seems like a bitch! I'm still not convinced that this Iris here is the same one.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched That's literally what I'm going to say.
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are a few things Okay, actually, I'm just kind of sitting here at this point. Anyway, we can't continue unless we confirm the witness's identity. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since she was arrested the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places? Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
Oh, Edgeworth, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. Sorry, I know you didn't mean it. I know it wasn't your fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. Oh no, he's #1 at the DA's office. No. Now he's gonna lose his #1 rank. I'm sorry, Edgeworth.
This is Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? You can tell it's an earthquake because the screen is shaking.
You could tell it's an earthquake because I'm all shook right now.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point. When I arrived at the trading hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
Who called that? I'm gonna point this person right here, this one.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice, even though you're twins and you should sound exactly identical.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon muting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore.
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's nothing you can do to punish me.
Gee, oh god, that face. It's kind of cute. But she's a bitch. But she's kind of cute. But she's evil and she's a murderer. But kind of cute.
What's going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. Never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it.
And she did something really awful to Terry. Poor Terry, man. To be continued. No, don't be to be continued. How about be continued right now? Save. I mean, with a name like frickin' Dahlia, how is she not, like, super cute? The name Dahlia is adorable. She's also dead, so if she's ever trying to kill me, I could just say, away, spirit.
Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Judge?
Well, it seems if we're going to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear the testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out. The plan.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
Exorcism is also an option.
But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then blame it on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill my...
Come on, Phoenix. You should. We figured this out 2 streams ago. Come on, Phoenix.
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give up that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill... Could that be true?
For the once, I don't think she's lying. The whole plan began with my death. A plan, but for it to work, Maya would have to work. The plan was to have to kill an Iris, but the plan seems to have succeeded anyway.
You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And then I would have simply used her body and finished the job.
You do know that in this judicial system, a spirit medium that channels a killer is also considered a killer. For reasons I don't understand at all, but...
I'm already dead, and there's nothing you can do to me.
Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. Sister Iris of
Oh, Iris is younger? Like what, by 3 minutes?
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that did it.
And then the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin.
Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You don't understand. You never will. Anyway,
You think the plan was a success?
you heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya's just... full. She ate too many burgers.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny?
Don't call me that. You whore!
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete. Your pathetic faith in others.
She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need more information. It's the only way I'll understand this plan. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? In jail, obviously.
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to talk to her.
I see. Oh, that makes perfect sense. We should always, allow death row inmates to get what they want.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in?
You do realize she's never going to be the master, right? She can't channel.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan? You're talking about Pearl Fay, correct?
Yes, at first. Though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us has much spirit power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister is a nuisance, and so I convinced my father to leave her at an old, dusty temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
This is just, this is just unfortunate all around. But she is 25, and I'm not going to blame it on her parents anymore. You deserve to, you did deserve to be executed.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was the woman. She was bitter and vengeful. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Have you seen how big her forehead is? That's all spiritual power. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken dreams and hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having the bloodline become the main family again.
Maya would have to die? But why?
You already know that.
For the bloodline to succeed as the main family. For our bloodline to succeed as the main family. Thus making Pearl the new master. The remains of our descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that.
And that's why they never told her the plan.
She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all.
That's ridiculous!
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? It's not like I've read any point in history ever. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan?
I told you already. It was stupid. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why did you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
Then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction.
So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
We already know this.
Oh, do you understand now what my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh, Feeny. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That's the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present a piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand what the plan was.
Full plan after stupid. The idea was to kill Maya. The plan was to see it anyway. Do you understand? I think we have to press these two again. Pearl didn't need to know. All she needed to do was follow this, and in case there was any dead and a girl, the plan was to bring around her traitor sister. She and I looked up. Oh, it's home to witness Maya. Naturally, okay. Blah blah blah. Hazakura Temple. Why place the murder on island? She's your twin sister. Twin sister, don't make me laugh. Blah 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 blah. Backstab. You'll not understand anyway. Hey, Alpuka. Do you understand now why I would kill Maya? What my goal was? I assume you want us to present.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either.
How's it going, Alpuka?
You wanted to take revenge?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman.
No, you were sentenced to die because you killed like 46 people. Yeah, yeah.
Mia Fey.
Somehow I knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she made me feel.
Actually, she didn't make you feel any pain. The reason why you felt pain is because you killed like 51 people.
Sadly, when I realized that was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it wasn't possible, was it because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason why I helped with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Actually, it does because, well, gravity and, well, the slope of the hill is more than 45 degrees, which would actually cause it to roll quite far away. Let me explain that on the whiteboard. You see, gravity is equal to 9.81 meters per second. What a cruel plan. Cold and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up, put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up my staff, the staff that was by my side, and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was Elise who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple. Look at her with her laughing, jiggly cheeks. Oh, how badly I wanted to stab her and watch all her guts come spilling out! And then she wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. And then she yelled, this would never happen because the Steel Samurai would save me. And then he appeared. How dare that superhero come and save her!
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean, no clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Actually, she couldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Every time she's tried, the plastic fork bends. It's like, God, can't they make better quality plastic forks?
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops. Oops.
It stops.
I don't actually have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's pathetic, sniveling, utterly useless, terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the secret cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
Of course, that's how she switched.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I'd been trapped in there.
How did you end up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried I didn't know whether Maya Fey was dead or not. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew.
For ghosts, you're one tough cookie. Hey, can I ask you, if someone gets you pregnant and then you return to the spirit world, does the baby come with you, or does it stay in the spirit medium? You know, I've been wondering that. We had that discussion yesterday, Godot.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that lock, that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept on getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll engraved.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that? Hello, Az.
The flies had already started to gather. You know, because you stink so much, Phoenix Wright.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out.
Yes, we do know it's Dahlia.
So instead, I returned to the cavern and put my lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After the big earthquake, an actual lady showed up all by herself.
The real Iris.
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. That stupid, filthy, pathetic bitch whore of a girl! I came out from the sacred cavern. I got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean succeeded?
I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that summoned me. I assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would assume that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. Have you read The Magic Bottle? Oh, it's so inspirational.
What?
Well, that's the only real possibility, isn't it? After all, after I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own 2 hands after all. Even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can make.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Order! What is the meaning of this? I thought the most vile sin all humans can commit is unconsensual hugging.
No. Actually, yes. Okay, so the second worst. But It's true, I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. Even so, the murderer who actually stuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious.
You're back? What happened? Dahlia's being mean.
In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? She threw herself into the Eagle River! Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. Oops! So what? What do you have to say for yourself now? My darling Feeny.
Oh. Yeah, that's me.
He has his own theme song as a ringtone.
Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important?
No, they just restocked the coffee at Coffee Casino. That's the store I came up with. Coffee Casino.
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there just yesterday. I just finished telling you that. Don't you ever listen? No wonder you were such a terrible boyfriend.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found in that sacred cavern. Gamble your coffee beans at Coffee Casino! Now featuring new Godot Roast 62. Darker than hell and blacker than... Darker than darkness and blacker than black.
No, it can't be!
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No! It seems this case has come to a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Misty Fey is the menu. Was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can you imagine how awkward this would be if that was the verdict they came up with, and then Maya just appears in front of them, like, "Hey guys." That would be so awkward.
Can't be. You tried. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Professor Godot? It means, even though I had to go through 6 months of paperwork, Coffee Casino is finally stocking Blend 62. Also, according to this witness, Maya threw herself into the Eagle River, but she should already know that's a contradiction. We already proved that 6 years ago. However, that's not the truth after all. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from. Isn't it so exciting, Feeny?
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump from the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. I saw how you fold them. You don't knot up your panties, you fold them in squares. What's wrong with you? Just think through the whole thing again. It's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself? Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side.
I do, actually. There it is. We proved this 6 years ago.
It's impossible to jump into the Eel River from the inner temple side. No one knows better than this witness!
What did you say? You're gonna have to speak up, because I don't understand what pathetic people say.
Maybe that's why everything that comes out of your mouth is gibberish! Ah! 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff, on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. So big. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we'd see a large splat in her on the photo. So you finally figured it out.
You... airbending!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains. Phoenix, you are so cringe!
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates most of the likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? Where is that?
That's obviously a bluff. Where is her dead body then?
Finally, the pieces are falling into place! Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment! Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Where Maya Faye is this very instant! Maya Faye is in this very courtroom! There's only one possibility left. She's right here! My face in my courtroom. Bailiff? Was it that girl who was trying to steal coffee beans from Godot?
No, sir. She's being held in custody, currently trying to cover herself in ketchup.
Oh, I see. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing.
So what?
There's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Bailiff, can you, seize Dahlia Hawthorne so that she doesn't attempt to hurt herself?
Why, that's obvious! It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt!
Okay, first of all, Pearl is adorable, how dare you? And second of all, you're wrong! Pearl's tried. She couldn't do it.
I never fail at carrying someone. Maybe it's because I ate too much gravy.
Isn't there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. But usually when I'm full, I can't do it either because I feel sleepy. Someone called me before, Pearl? But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day of the crime, and then again after that, and again after that. Then she stuffed herself with gravy. Then she made baked potatoes with Larry. Larry got her another pot of gravy, but she threw away the potato and just drank the gravy. But she couldn't do it! What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you. Am I correct?
Hey, Frog.
It wasn't Pearls who channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could!
Are we talking about the time after, or are we talking about the time before? Well, we know the time before, so it's the time after.
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. Misty Faye is dead. There's one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension! Oh my god, this is better than my soap operas! Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now, must be Maya Faye!
What?
But how could that be? There's the menu again! Remember that what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Dang! My little daughter has gotten smart! I'm so proud of you! Maya, I'm so proud of you! Maya! Oh, she finally graduated from dumb school! Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
Maya's a genius. Oh, Maya is ready to face the world on her own.
She doesn't need daddy anymore. She is ready to go out into the world. She should have been already like 4 years ago. She's what, 19 now? But you know what? It's okay.
Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off. There was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time, You thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place is you!
Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp! My Faye killed herself! Isn't that obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape to open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl who has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well?
Me, of course.
Mia! You mean Maya hasn't graduated from dub school? No!
No! No, Mia! It was your plan! No! No! I was ready. I was ready to praise her. I was ready to let Maya know that she was ready for the world. Turns out not. Also, how's it going? I still don't know how to feel about Pearl channeling Mia. I mean, I know how I feel, and that is, I feel good. But at the same time, I don't know if me feeling good should be a good thing. What, Mia? Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Circuits overheating. Must reboot. So it's true. It was you. Here's something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Not terribly surprising, since she literally can't stab French fries with forks.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have time, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock there? Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. By the way, that's why we kept feeding her gravy that night, in hopes that her channeling wouldn't work.
Pearls?
Yes. Pearl didn't understand the plan. So, all she was trying to do was follow her mother's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly.
Circuits. Frying. Recalibrating sensors. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Certainly sounds like that was the intent.
How dare you? I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia? Your little plan was nothing but a failure!
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Damn, Mia! God damn, girl!
She prevented a murder just to cause another one.
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on the $2 million diamond. After that, Terry Fallis escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne. The truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because that stupid hope of the prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
Then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death.
Capital punishment.
It's one stupid move after another. After 81 murders, every single one of them was a failure.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
You tried to kill me and failed. Citation. I'm still alive.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there, in front of you.
You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya like I swore I would. If only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged.
No, the reason you were hanged to death is because you killed 106 people.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in this trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, since you were already dead. Then you said, the ego lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's the exact punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you will have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Damn! And for you, there is no escape from that. no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now!
Not ready to go.
To any of my neighbors who just heard me scream, I am just voice acting a ghost. I am not actually in pain. There is no violence going on. I am just voice acting a ghost. Sorry for the noise disturbance. Please forgive me. Maya's back. Give me a few moments to cool off. Was my voice acting good for Dahlia? Thank you very much. All right.
I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes.
Oh, before I continue, someone told me that my Iris voice was really hot, and it was a dude. So, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Totally random. Totally random.
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical. Probably because the artist didn't have time to draw a second sprite. In any case, it appears that everything has been finally cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened today with Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she came back to the hell. She went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya, as well as young Pearl. Also the gravy pot. Oh, that Pearl is a vicious eater. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has come to an end. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Huh. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. Also, this is literally every case I've gotten since you've gotten here was about spirits. That's why I made a concerted effort to study on the Karain channeling technique.
Occult magazine.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. For example, the streamer expects laws to actually be followed, but he doesn't understand the legal system of Japanifornia. In order to fully understand the world, we first have to immerse ourselves completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Huh. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Yes? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Godot?
This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Knievel said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Look at Maya cry. Boo-hoo-hoo. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. She was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person was ultimately killed was the spirit being that channeled Dahlia. At least, no. Misty Faye. But, that doesn't matter. We have proven that Iris could not have. That literally doesn't matter. That literally doesn't matter.
We still don't know who did it.
Unless someone else is found guilty, The accused is still on. Are you serious? Even when we've proven that it couldn't be her, it's still her unless someone else is. What? I'm cool. I'm cool. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her. We have proven her innocence! There is literally no way that she could have murdered anyone! We have literally proven it!
No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
This prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? The gravy pot. The gravy pot was definitely there because Pearl brought it. Also, there's another person actually.
Someone who saw the murder.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through.
You think I give a damn about her condition? Hey, Purple Hat Kid. Thanks for joining. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. I'm gonna go on the slide. Alright, once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Sir, your brother's on the slide.
Well, tell him to get off! It's my turn!
Hey, it's right. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Mr. Godot, you think I'm pretty? Yes, you're gorgeous, Pearl.
You've got some nerve! I'm pretty too!
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're doing it by yourself.
That's enough! Recess! It's already been 2 minutes. I said 20 minutes. Now I only have 18 minutes on the slide.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall, they'd already switched places.
I wanted to be at least in the defendant's box today to root you on,
To cheer you on. To root you on?
I at least wanted to be in the defendant's box today to root you cheer.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You don't really understand English anyway. There's something more important than that, though, I have to ask. Why'd you help your sister?
Huh?
You tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday. You wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
I felt sorry for her.
That's another one for you, Dahlia! Your sister feels sorry for you! Oh!
She was abandoned by her mother? By our mother? Never got any love from her father?
Yeah, but you too.
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who, by the way, doesn't own a single bikini. She was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, so sociopathic. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her.
Talking about the fake kidnapping case?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly, and at the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Also, Terry didn't deserve to die. Terry did nothing wrong. Justice for Terry.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved with the murder.
You must mean...
2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning, Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elysium, was it you?
Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone,
Which you didn't have at the time, Phoenix.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
Who called you?
I got on a snowmobile and headed to the inner temple, despite the fact that that sinister, horrible, blackmailing Larry could have been there. But
The path to the inner temple's cut off, right?
exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do exactly as I say, got it?
Who is that? Who is talking to you? We know that's not Dahlia. That animation still makes me laugh.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in its body so it wouldn't bleed too much.
Dahlia's the type of villain I both hate with my guts and will love forever. You are the worst type of person.
The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why'd you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't say who did it.
I see.
Brendan,
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers.
I thought he was outside on the slide.
Those are his chambers.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Phoenix, don't get your hopes up. This is the point where you think she's gonna say "I love you," and then she lets you down. Okay, don't fall for it. I fall for it several times.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Mia! How are you still allowed in court dressed like that? How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
Can we just disband the Fae? I swear to God.
I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by Pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me! Oh, wait, me! I did it!
You think we can finish this? I think we can finish this.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm gonna announce the results of the test we performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found in the pine tree. Oh yeah. yeah, blood. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart. It wasn't Misty's blood on this dagger. Whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show firm evidence, not soft evidence. Ha ha ha! See, I made a pun there. Ha ha ha! Oh. I don't want to get kicked off of Manakyn's stream, so I'll just continue. I understand, Your Honor. No puns allowed on the stream. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey, my profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya. According to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Karain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want to have any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya, give me a hug. You don't have to become master if you don't want to. How did Maya get a job? Well, she kind of hired herself.
The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Delirium's murder. Is that correct?
I didn't see any.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Wow, Godot, you have a way with words.
But there's something you can do. You can finish this cup of coffee.
I get a cup of coffee from Godot? It tastes awful.
You've been watching the whole thing, right?
You've seen the witness come out. You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, look at her. Maya needs a hug. Alright, we're all giving her spirit hugs right now.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I don't know how to think hard.
Oh, right, she's an idiot. Well,
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
it seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through this testimony alone. Very well, begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
Alright, let's dissect this. One at a time. I was passing through the garden. Suddenly, something struck me over the head. It's not going to help to press that. You stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Okay.
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man or a woman or an adult or Pearl? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Well, that's gross. Now I'm imagining it. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
What? What does last hope mean?
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope.
Hey! Phoenix up top.
Wait a minute, what's this my last hope stuff?
What do you mean, your last hope?
No, that's what you said! You said my last hope!
Huh? What? I said what?
As much as we love her, it's still Maya. Maya, I was about to congratulate you for passing stupid school, but in the end, you're still stupid.
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah?
But you testify you screamed because it was your last hope.
Oh. Well, you know, that's like what you call it when it happens.
She's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker.
What? Okay, let's think about this. We know that Pearl, Misty, and Maya were there. Misty is out, which means it was Pearl? But Pearl didn't channel anyone. So she was telling Pearl just to help? No, maybe Pearl was channeling someone. Maybe she tried channeling someone different? Maybe she channeled a ninja! Like I keep telling you, like, you guys should make friends with spirit warriors.
That's who I was screaming for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip back.
Was there someone else? Maya?
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker was another person?
Well, no, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure. Oh, so like the hydraulic press that was hidden away.
Don't tell them about that!
Oh, I mean, no, there was no hydraulic press.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man! Did Pearl start working out? By the light of the stone lantern? But the lantern was not lit!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind.
Is she defending that person because that person saved her life?
He's the one who killed Elise Deneau.
Wait, if we know it's a man, it changes a lot. Of all the people involved in this case, he's the only man we didn't see until we crossed the bridge. Did Godot save her life?
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What's a mom? What's a mother?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's still in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem? There's no problem. See, I'm smart.
Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
It should have been completely dark except for the fire.
Huh? What?
Nobody expects the Godot Inquisition.
It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden! Order! Mr. Godot, explain this. Because I'm lost again.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee and stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe I laid? Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your honor.
Mr. Wright, no, I don't like you in that way. I'm a spoon! I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. Not hard to understand why she'd make a little mistake. It's very little mistake. You can let it go.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What?
There was truly no light in the garden. And there's one fatal contradiction to the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person behind her. And she quite clearly described him as a man. A big, strong man. In other words, that would have mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black
Oh. Yes. Yes, I am.
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing?
How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? Now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is!
But Nick, he's so hot. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, I will never make fun of you for cleaning the toilet again.
Too late, the toilet's already clean. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it, because for some reason this legal system has absolutely zero self-defense laws. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is the person you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose we do something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of the night. Also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Godot. But thank you for saving Maya.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Okay, Pearl, get out of here. Pearl, get out of here and go channel Mia right now. Pearl. Oh, hey Mia, it's dark right now, so, you know, nobody can see us. Examining the evidence? Examining the evidence. No one can see us going over the court record. Oh yeah, look, there's the Magatama.
What? But this can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction, try. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Prosecutor, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question to ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. I never saw that. I thought the person who stabbed my mother was a man because he made this really manly grunt. He went, ah! But now that I think about it, that could have been a woman too. But it was a totally different reason, see?
What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, what?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Oh, do I get the nice little image? Witness testimony, the killer. Yeah, I'm cool. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone, all the snow around the lantern had been cleaned up too. Since the person did all this work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Well, Maya, this is 2023. A woman could have done physical labor too.
No, physical labor is reserved for men.
Is that the law?
Yes.
Oh, yep, no, she's right, it is a man. So after the crime took place, the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, why is physical labor only reserved for men? That's not fair! And if you consider the situation described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man.
Dang, Judge!
Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
It was probably a flock of Larrys flying. Okay, you were lying on the hall. The garden had totally changed. The torches were lit. All the lantern... Oh yeah, tell us about the snow.
So you're saying the cleaner killed up the snow? The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape.
There were a lot of shovels around, but they were really heavy. Way too heavy for a girl to use. And that's why it's a man.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the blood, there was no need to remove that amount.
There was a need to remove that amount. Because Godot couldn't see where the blood was.
That's true. He could have just scooped up the snow that was stained with blood.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Since the person worked alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So you're saying you never saw the killer?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by Pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden?
I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then... Oh, it could only have been the killer!
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
The torches were lit and the body was gone.
The torches were lit?
Yeah, that's how I noticed the whole scene changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. Who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's still one thing that bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be an advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person at the inner temple. Maya.
Very well. Let's hear more about the condition of the crime scene.
All the snow had been covered up and conditioned to clean up too. I think we already pressed this, right?
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow?
Yeah, we already pressed this. Victim's blood. Yeah. There was no need to remove that mount. And then we press this one. The torches were lit and the body was gone. By the time I... Which one is it? This one, I think, right? The torches were lit. Yes. However, why did it go out? That's true. The only person in the inner temple. Very well. Let me hear more about the condition of the crime. Okay, so it wasn't that one. And then this one. Is it this one? Oh!
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yeah, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked in the garden...
She may have thought that you'd done it. Nope, she definitely would have thought that.
And what you're saying is that why the killer cleaned up the crime scene is to make it look like nothing had happened.
I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. Please add it to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, there is something that contradicts that.
The body of Elise Noom was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. And at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in the blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
He couldn't see the Maya! Oh my god! He couldn't see the Maya! If he had seen it, he would have washed it off! You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern.
Say what now?
It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh, you're right! But, Mr. Wright! Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make very much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing!
If that was Edgeworth, he'd be saying, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but leave the bloody writing?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason.
Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message in blood on the lantern?
Because the killer didn't see it!
You realize something?
Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate all the possible, once you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
That doesn't make any sense. The torches were lit and everything. There's no way a normal person would miss something like that.
You're right. There's no way a normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be?
I'm sorry, Godot. In the end, you were truly a Chad.
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see anything. Oh, I can't see I can't see anything. I can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct?
The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's in blood!
Nonsense. This lantern's as clean as a whistle.
I checked. I did, Mr. Godot, just admit it. There's certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background! Which is kind of funny, because there's actually a, there's a murderer in this series called Red White. We've went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This apron is This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. It's definitely no ketchup on it. There's something that's still bothering me. What about the blood stain? Ha! Ketchup. I can't see that.
He can't see Phoenix's tie! Oh my god!
You could see the coffee on the right apron, but you couldn't see ketchup, because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, you're admitting it? You're admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. That makes sense? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I can't believe Prosecutor Godot is the murderer! But there's no going back now. Finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Elise and Maya and Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Next, he's gonna tell me I run on AA batteries. Please! I'm efficient enough to use AAA. I nearly screwed up and said something not so great. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like my name is written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow! The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. To hide the bloody snow, just take out that area. Yes. Why didn't he? Ah! Could it be? Yes. The killer couldn't see red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of it.
If he can't see red, then how did he see blood on the snow? I mean, I guess he just assumed that there would be blood since he stabbed someone.
He couldn't be sure of where the blood landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn. Mr. Wright, why do you keep doing this? Mr. Godot, please explain.
Wait, just a minute. I'm the witness.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. Yay! He didn't show up until after the bridge got fixed. Right, I was watching the bridge the whole time. Yeah.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why What do you mean? I may not look it, but I...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She did. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling an evil serial killing demon.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter the cost? If that's the case, I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. So she did it. Put her in jail. Pearly was also stuck in the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago. When I was in the middle...
Objection, hearsay.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you just heard from someone else is simply not admissible.
Objection, hearsay. Oh!
What? What's hearsay?
Pearly would never tell a lie. Actually, no. If we believe that this case is too traumatic for Pearl, she might be able to testify this, because Pearl couldn't testify it, because so on.
She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under... Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to cross-examination. If the defense says, objection, hearsay?
But this is highly Are you going to allow this testimony?
Whatever. This judge is gonna be so confused. He's just letting so many things go by.
Mr. Wright, would you like to object? Maybe leading the witness?
Nah, he's good.
Mr. Godot, would you like to object to hearsay?
No, let it go. Pearly was in the inner temple. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, the bridge was fixed. She was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first, cheered her right up. Yeah, I don't believe that. I'll just press everything.
So, where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room, next to the training hall, I guess.
Objection, speculation?
There's a rule you can't enter the training hall during the Acolyte's training.
But even so, why'd she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia was already there, possessing the body of Elise.
She looked around but couldn't find anyone.
She searched the entire inner temple?
Well, you know, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't very many places to look. She even says that she went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, a training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack? Why couldn't we investigate that?
Because the artist never actually drew them.
So Pearl was looking for other people. Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that'd be the first place I would investigate.
Objection, testifying for the witness. I think that's testifying for the witness. It's just, I don't know how you would say that objection.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Apparently legal skills doesn't run in the family. The artist was also from the Faye family. Wait, who? Yes, Elise was from the Faye family. When she was in the spare prep room. First time. Okay, this is definitely false. There's no way he cheered Pearl up.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking he was nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. More ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't so many places to look on the inner temple side. The police were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same. I like to hand down verdicts. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix.
Stop. Cheering Pearl up or... what is Godot style?
You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles!
The only thing odd I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty? That's actually kind of creepy that you're talking about a 9-year-old like that.
Misty...
She's dead?
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed to the prep room. Wait a second.
By then, it would have been covered in gravy. There was no way he would have known who this was!
I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise.
Pearl was... Oh, well, oops. Pearl slept alone. Next day, that was when Mr. Godot arrived in the inner temple for the first time. That was when he arrived at the inner temple for the first time.
Yeah! Mr. Godot! The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot's right. This scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time that bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What is that wonderfully delicious smell?
Pearl appears in the middle of the courtroom.
Gravy. I like gravy.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit.
What?
Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen this hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have known that this was Misty Faye!
Wait a minute, Nick! Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the crest at the top.
It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning...
Then you could guess it was a pic-
Yeah, but he described more than just Misty Faye.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath, like
This is why you don't include details when you lie.
clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Is that why you don't include details when you lie?
Yes! It's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Literally all of the pictures of her, she's wearing Japanese clothing. Well, good point, actually. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Gonna ask you just one little thing, Try.
What is it?
This whole theory of yours all rests on a certain assumption.
That I knew beforehand a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. What? Is it really possible?
Yeah, because the letter was open already. Opened once before.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearl found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. It was very strange that not a single woman who lived in the Karain village actually reported that a robot man was searching through their master's house, but you know what? I'll let that slide. That's how we knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
If you say gravy 3 times in your uncle's bathroom alone at 2:02 at night, Pearl will come out and eat your shaving cream. Sure, let's go with that. And if you still insist this crafty killer is me.
You bet I do. Shaw, brah!
I haven't said that in all stream. I'm so
But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to, he had a great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
So are you guys saying that Pearl can be like a tracking dog if you put gravy on the person you're trying to track?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
I think that's illegal.
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor!
All she does is smell to detect gravy.
Mr. Godot! You're under fire! You're on fire! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one who could have acquired that information before the murder.
I'm just saying self-defense. Can we, at the very least... I guess the argument is that Elise did nothing wrong, but Elise channeled, so she would have been a murderer. How do the laws work in this world?
You were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder!
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated by them.
Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. No, the reason you drink coffee is because it has caffeine, which is a drug which allows us to get through Monday through Friday. Sorry for asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer, in this case, eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he went into the inner temple, waited for the crime to occur, and then he ultimately took a person's life. And then he did this all just to protect this witness. If you're accusing me of this, I would like to ask you, why would I do that? Who put gravy in this coffee? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. I hate women. Women should all just disappear. The killer's behavior is certainly anti-woman, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason to force you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Tride, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the center of the story! There's one good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister! Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here! Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of the man who calls himself Godot. His name is Diego Armando. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Wait, so how does he talk to his parents? Does he, like, call his mom? He's like, hey, Mom, it's me. Oh, Diego, it's so nice. I told you my name is Godot. Why don't you call me that? Why don't you care about my feeling? I'm sorry, Godot.
Diego Armando? That's a name that rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Good Boy Terry Fall has killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demon in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando. Oh, Diego Armando. Defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. All my fault that Mr. Fall has killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients.
That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. One fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I remembered! 6 years ago! You were poisoned!
I didn't even see it coming. I don't know how I didn't see it coming because she's, like, insane, but... Dahlia slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder! But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all!
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep coma. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
Thank you. Thank you, Godot.
You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news. Mia Fey was dead. From the moment I opened my eyes, I already lost everything I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. So he had nothing left to live for. Not even revenge, man. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. For someone like me, for someone who had spent their best years sleeping away, there were only 2 reasons to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I became a prosecutor. What were your 2 reasons? The first was you, Trey.
Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You weren't the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It's all your fault.
It wasn't like that!
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
So you would eventually meet me, huh? My other reason, she goes by the name of Mia Fey.
You mean me? I'm single, right?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her even plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit that plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in...
You know, you could have just reported it to the police. Now that's forward thinking.
That makes sense.
No, police.
If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would have never helped.
Oh.
Finally,
The day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices,
Accomplices!
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother?
She had been
She had been missing for almost 20 years!
Officially, yes.
What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. Oh, sorry, Wright, did I never mention that? My fault.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. Yeah, he's projecting his sorrows onto Phoenix, let's be real here. He just feels guilty for himself. Like, he's irrational, but he's irrational realistically, which is nice. It's nice to see a character like that. If you want to know how strong her resolve was, just look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword?
The day the plan was carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I just realized how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. I told her a gun would be more effective, and I gave her my pistol, but she said no, it had to be a sword, so okay. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mom...
The night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean, call the police, right?
No, stop Pearl. We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia.
Well, Pearl? What are you going to do tonight? Well, I'm gonna eat lots of gravy. If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Can I bring the gravy?
We thought that we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why. Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. That's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Ah!
The police were like, I don't believe in no ghosts.
Is that true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was gonna hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, so were you the three lights in the bushes?
Yeah, that was me.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to Trite. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining. Who killed the victim? There are two possible suspects. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Prosecutor Armando.
It's Godot! Why doesn't anyone listen to my feelings? There's sugar in this coffee again! Well, Trite. If you're the real deal, finish this once and for all. Show us beyond the shadow of the doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Don't finish it on your own. Show us with a shadow of a doubt that you're still an idiot.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Godot. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too!
Maya, I know that. But even so, that doesn't absolve him of his crime, because once again we have no self-defense laws. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, a testimony, please.
It's the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Oh, Maya.
All right, young lady. Tell us the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened?
This is it.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just when I was splattered with blood. Just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at her enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. At that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
Alright, the scream is the most important thing, I think.
Those red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared.
Huh. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please proceed.
Alright, the scream is definitely super important. Tell me about the scream.
What do you mean just at that moment? No, tell me about the scream! Do you mean the moment when the lights went out?
Yeah, that's right.
The scream that you heard, was it Dahlia?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure.
It was a man, a big, strong man. What? So then that scream came from the killer!
It's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain.
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction. But I wonder.
She said, stole. No, because there was another weapon.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would cause an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are never correct.
Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood.
No, it could have been warm gravy.
In other words, the blade in the staff had already plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in the body. The weapon that caused the killer to scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, don't keep us waiting.
There's only one thing I can think of.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Oh, then this should have Godot's blood on it! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
That's right! I forgot about that!
The dagger was found at a crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. The detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this! She managed to wound him as well! Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten? The blood's been tested! Damn it. Science! Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's! The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body!
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
DNA analysis on the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood! Nice theory, Trey.
Order in the court!
Cien, have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's say I just turned out to be the killer. You really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Just think for a second. The dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me.
You're gonna go to sleep? Thanks so much for coming, Hat Kid. I guess the stream is going long, but I think we're getting close to the end.
There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade and then planted another person's blood on it.
What? Are you seriously arguing the evidence could have been tampered with, therefore we shouldn't use it? It shouldn't be admissible in court? What?
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite.
That blood
Doesn't belong to me. Not a chance!
Well, maybe it's not over.
In any event, seems to have established that the killer was wounded. All right.
Wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation!
Maya!
This dagger, you said it wounded the killer!
That's right. Oh, that's right.
But if Mr. Godot had been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed clothes? That solved the contradiction.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone who was in the inner temple side got trapped.
Oh, that's right! And once the bridge was fixed, and the police headed for the inner temple...
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him!
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge just takes smart pills?
Well then, maybe the killer took off the clothes before he committed.
Oh, it gets stupider every moment.
Then he wouldn't have any blood on them! That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here...
So come on, Trite, can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being a killer. Can you prove it?
I'm gonna save. Just in case. question isn't whether or not I can prove it. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
Huh, that's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite.
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for an unlimited penalty?
Trying to pressure me, Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
It's his mask. It's his mask.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
What do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. All right, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing that was demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the bloody dagger.
But you decided for him to have hidden such... It was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you...
Hidden?
Well, dang.
This is it! My last stand! I need to think about this at a different angle! I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound!
This is the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location you say the killer hid his wound?
He hid it on his face!
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
Oh, I can hear his thoughts.
What was...
I'll let his thoughts be quiet.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, a killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, kindly remove your mask. If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, this case is solved. Oh my!
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
That's weird because I don't know how to channel.
I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who has put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let me die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow her footsteps as a lawyer. Could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot?
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death. So I ran. I hid behind a mask and I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore. So I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh? Well, I'm still glad that I'm alive.
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! You're a real man!
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure anymore.
What do you mean?
That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing in front of me. Could have been Misty, or even that little girl. That's right, I would have killed that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who finally made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. Speaking of which, you should probably privatize. It makes more money that way. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding!
Did you forget? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. No, you should definitely go see the, doctor about that. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando
Mr. Armando explained that very carefully to me. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing I'd like to say to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me for what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yes, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each...
No. Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
No, don't do this. We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that faithful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this courthouse. The next was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
Oh my god. Little Phoenix saying, "It must be an imposter." He actually wasn't a simp. He actually was right. Oh my god.
I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Oh, this is better than my soaps!
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as possible. Because the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move freely.
So that's why you...
My sister from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst? For the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me? Well...
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
That's when you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
She probably should have waited longer because she ended up getting a death penalty because of that.
She didn't consult me about her plans that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. And she would confer with you.
She must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you.
Meanwhile, at the police precinct. Detective, I just got a chill down my spine, as if the writer of this game doesn't want my relationship to be canon.
Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do about that?
Detective, mobilize the police force and find Capcom Studios. There's about to be a murder. Meanwhile, back at the courthouse.
If I found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Detective Gumshoe, what's taking so long?
Their company's on the other side of town.
Well, floor that car! How many cups of darkness have I drank over these years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? My boy Phoenix is a man now!
Yeah, I think you're right, Shabra. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Denula. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. Oh, this is why we have that 3-day rule in trials, because we're inefficient and we try every single account separately. Very well. On the charge of murder, I find the defendant.
Woo! We did it!
Court is now adjourned.
No confetti? No confetti?
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Oh, Mia. No! I don't want the game to end!
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean sending him to jail?
I think one day you'll understand too. I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
No, Mia, stay!
Mia,
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Oh, Mia. Bye, Mia.
I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Burgers?
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia, what did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. She also wrote PS except for Diego Armando.
But...
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that?
Well, of course, I'm hiding it. In reality, I am very deeply depressed.
You were brutally attacked. You saw your mother. Ah! Francisca!
Still as soft as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright. Before I came here, I stopped by a video game studio. I may need a defense attorney. Very soon.
Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day, well, bam. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell in a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering with his fever with Iris... from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, person.
I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug.
Why is it so sad? Oh, Larry.
What's with the longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, huh?
Of course.
I knew it. It'd be better off if I was gone for good.
No, yeah, the portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me? Why are you making that face, Edgy? Well, yes, I certainly can't say that they, lacked resemblance. You mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well?
My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mute crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put in, and that's worth something.
So you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for...
Don't get carried away.
That was literally it. Well, how about that? I guess my painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. That painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearlie!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. I suggest you do some research into PTSD.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand either of you.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is the exact time she needs to be as strong as she can.
Well, what do you mean, now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand. Ow!
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl Fey?
Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed her mother. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again.
Hey! Oh, hey, so this is where you all went. Wow! Looks like quite the bunch. Ah! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up?
This and, that, and congratulations! Let's go out tonight. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe.
You said first-class French rep. You don't mean...
Très bien. Well...
I hate my life.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you too, crybaby. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. Still looking for pearls? Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere.
I bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one's heard from her. This is never...
How long is this ending? Oh my god! As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
you guys go on ahead.
But what about...
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Don't worry about us, Detective. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're...
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? Reaches into his pocket. I have some... never mind. I will see you there.
But where should we look? Where could a Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one thing there's only one place I can think of.
Hazakura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where the whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon!
Sister Bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you
go along and see her.
Okay. Pearlie's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll!
Someone cleaned it off.
Pearl must have licked it all off.
Mystic Maya. Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! I swore I'd never trouble the two of you again because it's all my fault that Maya's mom.
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do to pray for happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad my mom is gone. But how do you say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mom, Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people who were there when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya?
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Misty Faye.
Bikini!
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of the Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll be with me until the day I die, which will literally be tomorrow.
Her spirit was with her. That's why your mom was so strong. Even at the end, she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow. To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off.
It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
a photo. Ah! Oh.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? And hard lets you fight. That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
Oh my god. Pearl, it's not just you. Literally everyone broke.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearl's Armando, and Maya's mom. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when lots of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Specifically in the summer. Please, in the summer.
Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure you prepare reservations for you three when you come back. Jiggles.
We've got a great feast to attend, Pearlie. Let's go! You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mr. Maya. I'll eat lots of food tonight.
There's one thing I probably don't, there's one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train alongside us.
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
What?
That's a great idea. After all, Mystic Nick. Mr. Nick, you'll do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk on hot coals. And we have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
I was wondering if I could say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. I love this part.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well, then, here goes nothing.
Shu Takumi! How dare you write Iris into this game? I will find you, and I will take you down.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karain and the right manager, and I have to be a big sister to Pearly and Nick too, and as long as I'm not locked up or captured. Or something like that.
I guess this is the credits. This stream went way over what I expected. I didn't expect it to be so long, although maybe I should have because it was Phoenix Wright.
It's so true, Mr. Nick is really Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special...
He did?
Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra ultra special course. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
But thank you so much for staying with me, guys. For all of you who have to go to sleep, I completely understand. But, thank you. But at the end of this, I'm also going to announce the next game, but many of you know the next game. Maggie bought me a new coat. I feel 10 years younger.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Hey, don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself. Oh my goodness. Godot's arc seems very sad. I am going to have a little bit of a discussion right now in case anyone wants to stay. But I know it's close to the end.
Thanks to you, the Treasure of the Karains exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip. And she said I must show you what.
Oh no! Anyway, so sorry I was stubborn and decided not to split this into 2 streams.
Desi and I started a company called Mask the Mask Consulting. We've decided to stop all the evil plans of the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh?
Oh, yes, you are.
Well, we also sell plans to criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Yeah, but what do you guys think? Tell me what you guys thought of this one. Did you guys like this? Oh my, hello.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him a $500,000 set and a special thick tea one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it right now. Win through compromise.
So what did you guys think? Did you like this one the most? Did you hate this one the most? I forgot his voice.
I'm just an old man and still in the way, a wrinkly old clown of a man, and at least what I thought. Well, my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69.
69. Oh, hello, Kudo. Maybe this is your year. Oh. I really liked it, and once again, thank you everyone for staying up and hanging out with me today. It was a long one, but I think I really needed this long, frickin' stream, actually.
I hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because we provide such a nice visual, especially in the spring. I can't wait for Iris to come back.
Dang, this is actually a pretty small team. There's not very many people. One writer, like a few programmers.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Phoenix. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me. Of course, I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard and got you a nosebleed.
She wasn't the only one who slapped him later. Oh my god, the actors. Sion King. Christina Catano. James C. Wilson. Janet Su. Thank you, David Chrislip. Thank you. Oh no.
Oh, what's this? I'm back from an old tiring vacation, and no, I guess I was gone, my little whippersnapper. But what kind of lonely security is it supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights and the switches, I feel like I'm some sort of space alien, and now what am I gonna do with all the macadamia nuts I bought for everyone? I bring it to edgy food. I know exactly what to say. I really can't accept these, or I'm afraid of part of I know when I find a gentleman and treat me like a lady.
I didn't expect her to make an appearance.
I finally found something. Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna be the best. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser.
Oh, poor Larry. Oh, look at that. Did Larry draw that? And that was Phoenix Wright. Wow, this has been a super long stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with me and experiencing Phoenix Wright with me. I can't believe it's over. Edgeworth has a rival now. You enjoyed this? I'm so glad. Before anyone leaves, I just want to make sure I announce the next stream. The next stream, although I think you guys already know. I'll just announce it really quickly. All right, so the next stream will be. We are gonna do a little bit of Mario Kart. I'm probably gonna spend 1 or 2 streams just trying to figure out how to play and unlocking everything, and then the next stream after that will be like actually playing with you guys. So I will, you know, we'll actually like have like we'll play together. I'll probably come in last. But yeah, I hope you guys can bear with me as I figure out how to play, and then the next streams I will allow you to join me and stuff. I think maybe on Friday we'll have the Friday stream we'll have it. Also, have you guys listened to this soundtrack? Listen to the saxophone. Listen to this! Listen to this! Anyway, yeah. So next time we'll be playing that. Yeah. I really loved Phoenix Wright. Thanks so much for coming, Kiyoma. And have a great night, Alpuka. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming. I freaking love this. And I don't know. Although I do have to say, I never really learn. Like, I always say, oh, you know what, we'll just finish this, and then it ends up going like 2 hours over. So I'm really sorry about that, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, though. And I know some guys was like, oh no, extra content, that's terrible. But, you know, I know some people want to come live and like... And again, I must have bad luck with men. Maybe you should stop going after bad boys? You gotta go wipe the dust off of the Switch. Yeah, but we're gonna do that. And then, damn, extra content, that's terrible! And then after these 2 streams, or 3 streams, I'm not sure if I'm gonna have a Saturday stream, I might. Because, as you guys know, I'm gonna have a surgery on Monday. And then the Tuesday after that Monday, so that would be the 16th and 17th. So on the 17th, I'm not gonna have a stream. And then hopefully I'll be able to stream by the 20th because that will be when Fire Emblem happens. And I really want, and we're going to play Fire Emblem. We absolutely are going to play Fire Emblem. It's like that's not even a question, right? Obviously. Yeah, but dang, I'm so glad you guys could join me. It's getting super late, but do you guys have anything you want to say about the games we play, about Phoenix Wright? More Fire Emblem, of course, more Fire Emblem. Yeah, I started Phoenix Wright I think over a year ago with the first Phoenix Wright, and that just, being able to do the voices was just really so fun for me, and I'm glad that, I was able to stick with that all the way through. I don't know if I'm ever going to do Apollo Justice, because that's just kind of weird, and I don't want to get into legal trouble for emulating Apollo Justice on the computer. And at the same time, I will say, visual novels are hard to, stream, just because sometimes I have to keep talking, and also it's difficult for me to time the streams, but at the same time. Will we be able to do other multiplayer fan games? I have actually originally tried to do a few multiplayer games, but they never worked out. Partially because of bad players, as in like players were very disturbing, and also partially because sometimes the internet just didn't work out. For a lot of people, would overload. Like, a lot of people would come in with crappy connected internet, and then they would like slow down the server. Or something like that. But the thing I like about, going through Nintendo is that on the Nintendo servers, Nintendo is managing the online, so I don't have to. Did I hear about the new YouTube content policy? I did not. Unless you're referring to something I've already heard a while ago, but I don't know. But, I've been still making shorts and stuff. I have art block, you can't finish design for the work in progress I'm doing. I mean, sometimes you just gotta step away. Step away, do your best. Yeah, not much you can do about that, unfortunately. I've still been having some problems with, going to sleep on time. But, I think maybe I'll try to go end the stream right now and, try to get some dinner and go to sleep. Yeah, to tell you the truth, I'm a little bit nervous for my surgery, even though I'm excited, you know, to be able to move again. It's still annoying that, you know, I have to go through with it, but hopefully I think it'll be okay. Yeah. Number 1 was probably Meowscarada. Was it Meowscarada? It was probably Meowscarada. What was happened last stream? So down at the start. Well, I think it's getting a little bit late, so I'm not going to talk about that. But don't worry about it. I've never seen people who were so interested in my trauma. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. Hey, Ray Day. What do you call a criminal falling down a flight of stairs? Condescending. Get out. Oh, dang it! Stupid puns. Hey, Ray Day. Thanks so much for showing up, but you actually showed up at the very end of the stream. But hopefully you come and can enjoy other streams as well. We're playing Mario Kart next time. So yeah, I hope to see you there. Anyway, I am going to head out now because I need to get dinner and then I need to figure out my life. Yeah. Lately I've been thinking a lot about my life. Yeah, hopefully, yeah, if you subscribe or you like turn on like a notification or like like the notify me button, please come by. Anyway, thanks so much for hanging out with me. Better get going. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. If you have any quests for me, I will see you all next time.